Oh, cameras first. Hello, everyone. Little bit of an unexpected scramble there, but we're rolling. Checking in with the kitties. We do have Sky and Mason visible, but everybody else is off camera. Hey there, Laura. Joining us right here at the start. As might have been apparent by the flash of the game screen, we are going to be playing PowerWash 2. I've been looking forward to it, but I lost track of when it was going to release. Sort of snuck up on me this week. Yes, we're once again in display name land. Or at least, account handle land instead of, chosen display name. Which is annoying. But I guess is what it is for now. It's one of those sort of backwards logical flows. It's the Twitch, we don't want you to merge the chat because we don't want to diminish the experience, as opposed to if we merge the chat, everybody is chatting with each other more directly kind of thing. Weird decisions are being made. But in any event, PowerWash. If it's anything like the first game, and based on what I have seen, it is like the first game. Relatively chill experience, plenty of time to chat, plenty of time to just sort of trance out. Ember is being kind of wild right now, so it's a combination of her licking my fingers, biting my fingers, and thrashing around. Okay, so one element is it seems like there's some sort of base building that you've got, like you can place furniture. We have references to the cats in the first game. So we have Ulysses, Bubbles, and Squeak here. It happened when I was starting the stream, just because, or at least just before the stream, but you can pet all three and there is an achievement for doing it. Hey there, is it Saeed or Syed? Unsure of pronunciation. We have better UI in the lower right. You can't see most of it, because I'm in the way. But a lot of the controls are displayed on the screen. I thought all of the gameplay happened in Muckingham last time. So we'll see if we actually go to some of these other places. All right, I will attempt to do so, Syed. I will try to remember. In home base, examine an item on Harper's pinboard. Who were the pacifists? Since their discovery deep in the Mauka Aitu Desert, the mysterious civilization behind these curious artifacts has been a subject of a million memes. But behind all the jokes, there are genuine anomalies which have thus far baffled science. The curious statue, which has become lovingly known to the locals as the Muckingham Merman, has issued a constant beam from a large gemstone in its forehead since its unearthing. No one knows how it's doing this or even why. That was a level in the first game. There is a giant statue in the desert that you unearth, and once cleaned, it projects a beam out into the ocean, which raises up a Rylan kind of sunken temple, which references a ancient cult centered around what is very clearly a person in your power washing outfit. That was caused by time-traveling aliens who were setting up your existence in that area in order for you to solve a problem. This game has lore, folks. Spoilers for the first game, but if you're here for the second game, what is your life? You don't show up for 2 without knowing about 1. There's complex narrative here that you're missing out on. The Buckingham Herald, what is he up to? It's been 3 long years since the old mayor of Buckingham, Jeff Jefferson the 13th, fled the town, leaving chaos, anger, and a whole heap of egg splats in his wake. The prior mayor had a scheme in which involved a jet with a laser on it that was being fired at a volcano, which was the cause of a lot of the filth caused by the ash and whatnot in the area. He was getting money for this in some fashion, and a good portion of the plot centered around you kind of trailing after him. Here are the kitty cats. His cat, the mayor's cat, was a recurring image in that it would show up in every map. You would find, like, paw prints through the muck. Focal point, enigmatic man of mystery, Blake Thrust. An adult film name. With the dust having literally settled from Mount Rushless's brief, the inexplicable foray out of dormancy, one lingering question remains. Who was Blake Thrust? What did the genius maverick want in the volcano? Did he mean to destabilize it? Why did he allow Thrust Industries to be taken away from him? Unfortunately, we may never know. Aliens or big tech? For the citizens of Caldera County, things got real weird real quick when the local volcano, Mount Rushless, as opposed to Mount Rushmore, suddenly lurched out of dormancy. UFOs were spotted flying out of the volcano's caldera. Cats went missing en masse, and an ancient civilization was mysteriously unearthed on their doorstep. But some are theorizing that the whole thing might actually be due to the tech startups of Sponge Valley, even the UFOs themselves. Perhaps we will go to and learn more about Sponge Valley. Supposedly you can get, like, furniture and lay out your headquarters. Our van. The arbitrary location of our current ladder. Wonder. Is there a way that I can get on the roof? Don't think I have anything that can reach there yet, but we're going on that roof as soon as we can. Great news! You're fully moved in and the removals van moved to the wash bay, awaiting your expertise. Don't think the van should pose too much trouble, despite you having to sell off most of your equipment. This is our Metroidvania style excuse for why we don't have all the cool stuff we had at the end of the first game. I know we got a bit carried away at the auction, but trust me, there's so much more potential in this place. Oh, and Jess says not to worry about paying for the van hire. In fact, she'll pay you. That's kind of a disconcerting thing to say. But why? Mementos. Cat pillows. Lots of cat pillows. Guess you can only pet them from certain angles. It's much more of a wave at them than a pet them, but okay. Oh, wow. Inside of the thing is filthy as well. Okay, can we find the last one? I want to see if it's one of those, like, if you find all of them on each map, there is a, you know, a little achievement or such. There's the gnome. A gnome on each map was another thing. Gnomes and cats. Always being watched by gnomes and cats. And find third cat. Washing liquid ultra. Oh, there they are. Squeak. Alright, the ding sound is really loud, but I kind of like the ding sound. It's a big part of the game. So I left the ding sound loud. If we need to, we'll turn it down. I couldn't find a setting on it, so and based on what I'm hearing, there is no music to the game, so we will be keeping our basic music. Hey, lights out. Yeah. As is tradition, the stuff in this game looks like, you know, they went off-roading in a sewage treatment plant. It is a wonderfully satisfying game. As I mentioned, we're keeping the ding sound real loud, all things considered. Because the ding sound is important. Now, supposedly they made the soap a better thing this time around. We'll see if that ends up being true. The different cleaning solutions were largely not good to use in the original one. Oh yeah, we have the brothers in Sky on camera right now. Right to left, top to bottom, we have Mason, Sherbet, and Sky. Nature of the game. Feel free to chat. I might not notice immediately, but I am perfectly thrilled to stop and chat, or chat as I go. One way or the other. I find this game very relaxing. Supposedly they have multiplayer baked in from the beginning, so depending on how that is, I might set up some subsequent streams with some other folks I occasionally stream with. some extent, I don't want to miss out on my personal PowerWash Zen experience, you know? What's the button? This? Yeah, there we go. Any game that has just a sort of just play vibe to it can be that way. Personally. Frostpunk reminds me, I once again encountered a listing for a game that said its theme was solarpunk. And the use of the name solarpunk is frankly offensive. Like, intellectual. Especially given the justification for it. Because they say it's like, oh, it's punk in that it's against the, the system. And it's, no, you are referencing cyberpunk. You are deriving the naming convention for it from cyberpunk. Same way Frostpunk does. The punk is the degradation of humanity in that scenario. The cyber implies the setting, so Frostpunk's setting is a icy world-based setting, and the punk is the degradation of humanity portion. So, high frost, low human. Solarpunk is the opposite of that as far as the naming convention. And it's fine to have a game that does that. Hopeful futurism is something that we have a great lack of. We should have more of it. Cyberpunk came into popularity at the tail end of the hopeful futurism that we got out of things like Star Trek. You know, less utopian, more ground down by the realities of the corporate world. So it's cool to see opposition to that, to see fiction that says, but what if not that? Neat. But you should not name it in a way that creates confusion. I grew up on the tail end of the original Star Trek, and primarily the one that I was familiar with was Next Generation. I do not consider myself, like, a fan of the series. I don't dislike the setting, but I feel like it hasn't aged well from a... Like, I don't have nostalgia for it. I look at it and say, yeah, some of these parts were bad. But I enjoyed it at the time, and it's important to remember that. It separates the enjoyment you had from the quality of the product. Recently, and one of the friends of the channel that is in here frequently laments it greatly, but the Final Fantasy VII Remake has brought out the worst of the nostalgia crowd. It's different than how I remember it, and thus it is bad in every way. But that's just it. It's different than how they remember it, not just how it was. It's what they remember of the experience. And that can be very different than reality. I have played many of the Final Fantasy games, but I haven't kept up on them, you know? for me, like, if I were to look back with nostalgia lenses and, hey there, sharpshooter. Yeah, we have, we have 4 of the 6 visible now. One of those is running rampant. I will not say her name because that will summon her to me. The tuxedo. The tuxedo cat is Sammy. Like, I have fond memories of playing Final Fantasy 1. But like I mentioned, I can separate my fond memories from an objective review of the game. And there are elements of that game that are straight up bad. They were not uncommon for the time, but the narrative flow of that game was jank as all get out. Final Fantasy II tried for better, but it has gameplay elements that work against it very hard. It has a very old-school point-and-click adventure word system, where you are given keywords, and you need to remember how and where to use them. And it creates bottlenecks. 3 loops back to 1. 4, they get back into let's try to have a strong narrative. I think it played out. It's not groundbreaking, but they've got some good characters. Four is also the origin of a phrase you may have heard, Spoony Bard. Comes from 4. Well, it comes from the U.S. translation of 4. I don't know what that particular line in the Japanese is, but the original English translation had a person calling out an insult as, "You spoony bard." Which is just objectively funny. Remember if Dragon Quest, at the time Dragon Warrior in the US, I can't remember if that was released before Final Fantasy 1. I feel like it had to be before because it is very... There are elements of Final Fantasy that are kind of the next stage in what we expect out of a classic, like, JRPG. Which by itself is not a great genre name, but for our immediate purposes, we shall use it. Now, different from Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest is known for being much slower in its changes over time. Much, much slower. And that's on purpose. The creators of Dragon Quest, I recall once somebody had said they view Dragon Quest, or they build Dragon Quest to be like a hot bath. It's very cozy and comfortable, and you can rely upon it. So while narratively they have progressively made more stuff, and they have added new gameplay systems, and kept some of the new ones. They don't experiment as swiftly as you expect out of a Final Fantasy game. Every new Final Fantasy you should expect to be substantially different than the last one. Yeah. They look at it as a, hey, would it be fun to add a new thing, or do we need to change this thing? As opposed to, let's try something new. The Final Fantasy folks love to just try new stuff, and they do, like, every time. Much to the consternation of the back in my day crowd. Hey, Sticky Man. Welcome. As may be apparent, we're doing PowerWash today. Sometimes a new old laptop is substantially better than the old laptop. Or the old laptop. Though sometimes it can also be better than the old new laptop. Word up, people. Caldera County's premier power washer is back up and running. Use of word up. Strike one, sir. So if your grubby house brings stink eye from the neighbors, or every trip in the car feels like a walk of shame, hit us up. It can be interesting to see the results of different design objectives. Like encountering ruggedized hardware is always interesting. Where the goal is to have the thing be able to, like, be run over by a car is one of the core design goals. If I drop this off of a cliff or, onto concrete, it should bounce, not break. Results in some very different design choices. And given its age, you'd expect HDMI. What, does it still have, like, VGA on it? Wow. I mean, if you've still got the hardware for it, then no worries. Remember encountering laptops that had zip drives built into them. Into some segments here. I mean, it's nice when they create accessibility to some of the components, both from a maintenance perspective, but also from an upgrade perspective. A lot of laptops have problems on that front. They so desperately want it to be sleek for marketing purposes that they make it, well, they want it to be sleek for marketing purposes, and they want it to be difficult to alter for the purposes of new product sales. We're gonna need the stool in a moment. It's hard to see, but there's occasionally little dandelion seeds floating in the air. Little tufts. There's a type of vehicle that you see frequently in, images of Japan, but also in a whole lot of places in the world that aren't the US. And they're those little bitty trucks. They're little white trucks that, like, maybe two people could fit in the cab. They're very tiny things. And they're not road legal in the US. Some places you might be able to get a special permit, but they're not universally road legal. Which is a shame, because it's just such a versatile vehicle, but both vehicle culture over here, but also regulations with perverse incentives on them have resulted in that not being allowed. But it's such a practical little thing, you know? But because our standard vehicle over in the US is effectively gigantic, it puts the form factor of that thing sometimes below the dash of other vehicles, making it a hazard to the drivers of the small vehicle. Get up on top. Ooh, can I power wash parkour? Yep. Bird poo. All right, let's try this. There was a targeter aiming at the center of the roof. I wonder if they've added a system to locate limited things that you need to find. Because that was a hassle in the first one if, like, the tiny handle on a single window elsewhere was missing. And that's what it's doing. It's pulsing this. What is the filth pulse in this one? Let me check. I must know. Dirt highlight. Filth pulse. There we go. texture gives it kind of a 3D look. Well, the soap is certainly effective. So the question becomes, is that something that I have to pay money to top up again? Because if it is, we're going the same route we did last time, and that's tools and sprayer upgrades, ignore soap. I hope it's not, though. The soap is a neat little mechanic change here. The shutter door, the hubcaps, the barrel, and the rail, as well as tires and one of the wipers. Just use some soap there, Tess. Just use the soap on the roof. Leanne, this is PowerWash Simulator. It's a very relaxing game. Cap, tire, windshield wiper. PowerWash Guy is remarkably nimble, and despite the squeaky rubber boots, they have fantastic traction. It is a very chill game, so do not worry if you want to try to chat or anything like that. We got the time. Hubcap is clean. That hubcap is clean. That hubcap is not. Or a couple little specks there. Is this Muckingham's premier power washer? Rinse and repeat? The name of the company changes repeatedly based on, you know, the guy promoting us. That's something that held through the first one. Here's the time lapse. There's the soap, the foamy soap on the top there, very briefly. Wishy, Jess is enthralled by her sparkling removals van. She says she'll give you first dibs on any furniture that she comes across. So keep an eye out for any new items appearing in the shop. It's all pre-restoration stuff, so pretty dirty, but I'm sure you're okay with that. Told you it'd all come in handy. Power Wash point bonus and cash earnings. Okay, so there's two currencies now. Public facility, Equinox Boulevard in Detergento. So we're expanding out of Muckingham in the sequel here. Welcome to the town of That's kind of hard to say. Detergento. Feels like there should be an accent in there. Where the past meets the future to manifest a present that we can all live with. That's a slogan. That's on a sign somewhere. It's part of a campaign. A thing happened to us the other day when I asked my colleague to do a deep dive inventory on our public facilities. We found schematics for a revolutionary convenience installed in 2003, but then almost immediately forgot about and assumed to be a bench. The whole thing is just pure detergento. Yeah, they are. This is somebody actively attempting to create a saying or a meme or something like that. They're trying to force it. Kitty. We have 3 cats in this game, and they follow us around. So before we begin, we must do the more important task of find the 3 cats. It's Ulysses, Bubbles, and Squeak. Is that like a charge? That meter is filling. It is. I think soap is a kind of a charge-up meter. Okay. I'm down for that. Again, in the prior one, soap was a consumable. So it was actively against your interest to use it. You've seen this person. Mysterious hero spotted washing various objects around Caldera County. Us from the prior game. Where is the other kitty? Muckfest. Binny Smalls, A-N-T. The Soapy Sponges. Triple N. Nazo. Normaliza. Earl's Don Scrubs. McGrunge. Panic Pineapple. The Greasy Friars. Mr. Yucky. And Squeaky Rhymes. Tickets are non-refundable in the event that Mount Rushless were to erupt. The event organizers have closed the ski slope during the event due to attendants skiing down the mountain and leaping over the venue in previous years. Now accepting Muck Coin. Power washing liquid. Let's get soapy. A new range of power washing liquids for those tough dirts that just won't come off. Muckingham Barbecue Cookout. Sponsored by Muckingham Hamburgers. I mean, I guess if your town is most recently known for being like just filthy, then maybe rebranding is going to be more difficult than just rolling with it and making it a joke. There's our gnome. Ah, okay, maybe up in the windowsills. PowerWash Simulator appeared during the rise of the real job simulator games. This one kind of, I mean, it's simultaneously more and less robust in that regard. They don't try for intense verisimilitude. They just go for the fun aspect of. I would say it much more aligns with the sort of isn't that satisfying videos. You know, window washing and the like. mean, I like this particular one. So... okay, that meter is filling by itself. What does that meter mean? I find this one particularly fun. I feel like it's well executed. Like, I'm not a big fan of the business simulator ones. I feel like those are kind of... those are too frequently slapdash. Though apparently farming simulator is remarkably plausible. Not, like, hyper-realistic, but remarkably plausible. And apparently people have tournaments about farming simulator. I like the execution. One of the aspects I like about PowerWash Simulator is there is a narrative. There is a story to this. It's kind of absurdist, but it's still a story. Like, it's fun. Yeah. Let's see. Quick synopsis of some elements of the first one. A corrupt mayor, a plot for, like, mineral rights that resulted in a volcanic instability, an ancient civilization, and time-traveling aliens. Well, the ancient civilization worships you as a god because of what the time-traveling aliens did. Be a nice quick job, eh? So I feel like there are... I would say there's generally two broad categories of legitimate simulator games. There are ones that try to be hyper-realistic. Like, your farming simulators, your train simulators. I can't remember what it's called, but there's one where you, like, drive around construction vehicles over a map, navigating, like, muddy dirt roads and whatnot to take cargo from one place to another or similar. That one tries to go for hyper-realism. Farming simulator, within boundaries, is going for realism. There are the ones that are... they simplify it and just go for the this is kind of fun. Oh yeah, as soon as there's any sort of popularity, you get cash grabs. Surprise! Is this a literal pop-up shop? Please tell me they're gonna say it's a pop-up shop. Power wash services, we've camped out in the middle of nowhere and are in one heap of filthy trouble. Can you help? Wow. What did they detonate in the middle of their campsite? Or did they just discover a campsite and figure, you know what? We're going to hire a power washer so we can use this campsite. Driving me barking. Here we woof again. Yeah. Soap is a charge-up meter. Down for that. I think that's a good addition. Makes it a mechanic you are encouraged to actually use. You'd have to check the Steam page. I don't know which underlying graphics processor, graphics systems this uses. What Steam page will usually specify the minimum expectations? You are classic. Create arbitrary boundaries, you know. Semi-arbitrary boundaries. These are things that the game acknowledges too. I recall one person popping into stream once and getting annoyed that we were using the red nozzle pretty much constantly. Red nozzle is pretty much the most reliable one. There were a couple smaller nozzles that you could use. There was the, like, oscillating one that was really capable as well. But especially with the high-end washers, the red nozzle was pretty much the go-to. Like, you don't want to use such a wide nozzle that you miss small amounts of dirt, because on some surfaces it can be hard to see. The filth pulse clearly is revealed on these kind of light surfaces, but on like an orange or orangey yellow surface, it can be hard to spot. But since they made it so it will show you when you're near the end, it will reveal targets to you, like it'll put targeters on them. I think a good narrative adds to a game. A game can be almost entirely carried by narrative. Within limits, but I mean, text-based adventures still exist. Visual novels exist. So if you got a real good story, and you have a game that you're adding it to, then that's just that much more that you got going for you. And, like, in the case of this game, it creates kind of a bit of a joke. A similar example is the game Doki Doki Literature Club. which it didn't take long for, like, reviews and whatnot to spoil it. And it's an old enough game that I'm going to spoil it now. That is a horror game. Like, all of the advertisements, all of the image present it as a standard school romance visual novel. And the initial playthrough of the game, it will be that way. But it spirals into horror and psychological horror very quickly after that point. So sometimes you can use that as kind of like a surprise. This game, the first game did that. This was a simulator game, and a lot of times those have effectively no plot. Which is okay. I mean, there are some of them where that just works. There was a game that I really liked. Was it called Unpacking or something like that? Where the whole gimmick is just taking things out of boxes and putting them in the right places in a house. That's it. But there is a powerful narrative behind that. I don't know. It's... You gotta be careful with jump scare. Jump scare can feel trite if you don't use it properly. Like, out of nowhere, that's not much value. Jump scare in and of itself is a tension release mechanism. And if you constantly use it, there's no tension that you're releasing. You're just creating the tension of these jump scares keep happening and it's startling me. As opposed to there's this build-up and a build-up, and then there's the payoff of making you jump out of your chair. Ultimately, it's going to come down to the person and their individual preferences when it comes to these games, though. Like, this game in particular, if you don't like this thing I'm doing right now, like, taking a shape and revealing it steadily through this operation, you're probably not going to like the game. In the same vein, if you don't like, bunny hopping around like a madman, there are a lot of shooters that you wouldn't like. You gotta like the core gameplay mechanics. But to the point, if you don't like jump scares, then no amount of craftsmanship will change that. Designed by local visionary Nadia Vonnegut, the pop-up restroom was designed to only appear when needed. Relying on a state-of-the-art camera system and kinetic motion sensors buried deep within the sidewalk, it would detect from the gate of passers-by when relief was required and pop up in the nick of time. Oftentimes it knew before they did. How many people ceased to need a bathroom because they were sent into orbit by the bathroom deploying unexpectedly? I feel like this might explain the grime all over the bathroom. That sort of design that, like, you never actually tested this, did you, kind of design. Oh, I like PowerWash Simulator. I really like it. I said at the start of the stream, I lost track of the release date of this, and the release snuck up on me, but we're probably going to be playing this for a bit. Greatly enjoy this game. It's cathartic. I mean, if they just put the word simulator on the title, no, it wouldn't count as a simulator. Any more than just putting the word survivors on a game title would make it like Vampire Survivors. Any more than putting souls on the end makes it like Dark Souls. If you have simulator aspects in the game, then it would be a simulator. If you have horror aspects in the game, then it becomes a horror game. And it can be multiple of these things at once. Pop-up restroom, though. Like, again, how many people were launched as they were rushing to the bathroom? How many people were trapped inside because the thing ceased to detect them properly? All of the lawsuits waiting to happen at once. Deploy the soap. Hypothetical lawsuits in regards to safety concerns about the thing that I am interacting with in the game based on the narrative of the game. I do like the soap. I'll have to look and see where the equipment purchases are, because I know there are some new doodads that they added. New tools. Terms of use and similar rely on reasonable expectations, like terms of use won't protect you from negligence. Like, you can't have a policy that says you can't sue us at all, and followed by you doing something that is actively dangerous that wasn't disclosed. So, you know, behind this door is a hole full of spikes. If you go through this door, there's a hole full of spikes, and you'll get hurt. that is a disclaimer that could protect you. Now, if you make that hole full of spikes really easy to get to without seeing that disclaimer or not putting that disclaimer prominently enough to stop somebody from getting through that door without seeing it, then you've been negligent. Facility interior. Oh. Yeah, I feel like I was accurate. Somebody got trapped in here. Like, there were people put onto those roofs, and there were people that got stuck in here for a disturbing amount of time. Gonna hit the surfaces that are most likely to have really caked on stuff. At least I'm guessing that they will. Sinks, toilets, mirrors. I have no idea what game engine it would have been made in. I don't recall seeing a Unity pop-up, but that's not surprising. The game is popular enough that they probably would have put the bill for not having to put a engine logo. There we go. Made with Unity is automatic, but if you have depending on what kind of license you get with them, you can show that or not. You see made with Unity at the beginning, it's pretty much a certainty, but that's not surprising. She just heard that the fire chief's dog has gone missing. Is it dog this time? Guess it's gonna be dogs this time. More dynamic environments was one of the kind of the feature bullets on this. So the idea of this place kind of expanding as we go. First we clean the top, then it pops open further and further. That's why you see a whole lot of the Unity games just have the made with Unity. That, it's not a burden for them to have that logo. It's not really any different than seeing, like, you know, Fmod and Speed Tree at the beginning. Whether you're required to or not, it's go ahead and do it, you know? Custom engine is very rare. Comparatively very rare. Panic over. The fire chief just left the back gate open. Vulcan's home now. That's a fun name for a fire dog. Well, it might not be a fire dog. It might just be their personal dog, but, you know. A lot of old games that don't run properly anymore. I recall playing those, but they aren't, like, strongly in my memory. So I wouldn't be able to quote you anything about, like, mechanics that I liked. It's easy for me to just zone out playing this. It's quite relaxing. Yeah, we're getting very dynamic environments right from the get-go. Like, I'm surprised it didn't have us lower the rolling door on the van. That is exactly what I am doing right now. Cool. Filthy. is Urban X. I wonder what the other one is about. That might do it. There we go. Mixing multiple genres can result in new genres. Just as much as, I mean, we have some genres that are named after multiple games in that they sort of coined the concept. So, Metroidvania is a mashup of Metroid and Castlevania, which it's two of them that were like notable for certain things at the time, but the concept came before. But generally, they were mix-ups of things like RPG elements, platformer elements, some exploration elements, all kinds of different things. Why gameplay generally is a better descriptor. Like, what does the game play like? I mean, there are plenty of games that aren't great if you have a short attention span. And there are plenty of game types that work well if you have a short attention span. They give you tools like ladders and whatnot, but sometimes it's just to your advantage to climb on stuff. Wait, someone's only gone and added a restroom extension below the grubby open bench on Equinox Boulevard. Iconic. I'm already feeling the need. This is next level ingenuity. watch every now and then when you're spraying through some stuff, you'll see some of, like, particulate from the stuff flake off. Wonder how much that depends on the type of muck that's there. I mean, I don't like tool durability mechanics in general, so I wouldn't like to see them added to a game. At least for me, inexplicably, there are people that seem to like that sort of thing. So it keeps getting into games. Folks like different stuff, though. It is the way of things. Much like this game, I'm sure there are people that would be bored to tears trying to play it. There are folks that like scarcity mechanics, like durability systems, because they like the idea of managing their resources. Like, you know, I only have 10 of these. Can I stretch those 10 longer than you might otherwise be able to? Again, not my thing. I don't like it at all, and I don't like to see it in new games. But there is clearly an audience for it. Game, I did these things. Game, I am doing that thing right now. Like, I appreciate the tutorials, but please register, I did that thing. I'm doing that thing. I don't need to do it in sequence. Newt, you didn't do it when we asked you to. At least it's not a blocking tutorial. It's only obnoxious because there was that thing in the way. Used a lot of chrome in here. I like to segment the things off. I don't always remember to, but it can be nice. Makes it easier to get the positive feedback ding. You don't do any less work overall, but it gets you these, like, intermediate successes more quickly. Like, box this in, it's easier for me to complete that segment right now and get the feedback. Do the thing, obtain the cookie. positive feedback is a core learning and behavioral adjustment tool. Similar to negative feedback, but generally more effective. I mean, a good way to refer to them is machine learning algorithms. They are just another algorithm that is used for the purposes of machine learning. And it's the idea of saying it's AI is mostly a marketing ploy. They want to make it sound grander than it is. Like, it's accomplished a lot, but we can definitely see now that they have overextended promise for deliverable. Plenty of things it does, but my biggest concern is the intellectual abdication that we're seeing out of folks, where it's, I don't have to learn to do this. I don't have to do this. The Grammarly will do it for me. New item is available in shop. Stage 1, clear the top. Stage 2, pops open. Stage 3, clear the inside. Neat. Rinson, you'll be delighted to learn that the public facility's kinetic sensors have been updated, and it's been successfully reintegrated into our public convenience network, just in time for our upcoming Equinox Festival. I can state with confidence that you'll be hearing from us again. Washer equipment, cosmetics, furniture. Okay, equipment. The Swirl Force Surf Ace. Flat surfaces at short range. Okay, the Urban X. Power comparable to medium-duty washers of its competitors. But, okay, this one is for more power in lieu of area. Okay, then there's straight upgrades of them, the Prima Vista and the Urban X. The Urban Extreme. This one I'm interested in, though. But I don't have enough for the attachments that I'm interested in. This is a flat surface head. Get that for now. And then we'll get that once it comes around. To the campsite. Let me know when you've found the place. We've already headed for home. Camping is definitely not for us, and a pair of boggy sprogs and one grubby hubby were in no mood to hang about. You know what I mean? Don't really know what else to say about it all. Suppose the muck tells its own story, don't it? What did you do to that campsite? Like those campers didn't just leave trash. Feels like those campers exploded in one way or another. Oh, it comes with an attachment. Nice. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Very nice. In videos of people that do power washing, I have seen this kind of thing. It's generally a bigger machine. But for things like scrubbing a whole driveway, this kind of thing gets deployed. Neat. Some of these areas have that definite incontinence incident going, vibe going. Does it work on vertical surfaces? It does. Well, this is just the greatest thing ever. Yeah, if you can get right up next to a surface, this thing is fantastic. And you can see how it functions if we can get the right angle. It is a series of rotating jets that right up next to the surface have a lot of pressure. It's just like when you get right down next to it with any of the other nozzles. As close range, you get better pressure. But it's awkward to use on these edges and whatnot. If we use the regular washer to get those edges, we can get the long, flat surfaces with the disc thing. The little armature extends a little bit to try to get it to hit those flat surfaces. I need to soap this thing, but we're going to try without it. Might want to soap this thing. Some of the denser grime off of it in one pass. Some moss was built up there. Suds off there. There we go. So, things that I have to really put a lot of power on, the Urban X would be better. But it's going to be rare that I need really fine power if the game is anything like before. Dealing with additional environmental factors in this game is one of the areas where they set aside realism for fun. So, like, I don't have to worry about washing from top to bottom instead of bottom to top. Since bottom to top, you'd have the runoff from washing part of it interfering with the clean of an area that you were already at. But I would fully suspect that there are folks that would like to have a version of a game like this where you have to deal with that level of physics consideration. Again, the romanticization of the thing or the actual thing. What are you trying to simulate? Definitely the right investment. Wow. Very good for the big open areas. Camping is just something else, huh? It's almost like you're living in some lawless wilderness. Take this morning, for example. I thought I'd make us pots of delicious porridge to eat after mushroom picking in the woods. Uh-oh. I feel like the Taco Bell hypothesis grows more likely. Porridge contained the wrong sort of mushroom. Please wipe your paws. Thanks for swinging through, Cruel. Hey there, Lunar. I'm liking the additions they've made to the game so far. In particular, the surface cleaner is very nice for those big areas. It works on other things, but not as well. Really is for sticking to flat surfaces. Makes it excellent for things like doors like this. You can get up right next to them. And you get a lot of high-intensity coverage. Reach being the general limiting factor, but, you know, ladders and whatnot. They actually made the soap worth using, which is a big perk. Primarily, they made it worth using by making it so you don't have to pay to use it. Why should I spend money on a consumable when I can just save up and get something that rapidly outmodes the consumable? In this case, it seems like it's just a meter that you build up and can use. And that meter seems to mitigate the need to use narrower nozzles up close to really scrape away some of the stuff. You still can, or you can just, you know, hose it down in foam. We got back from our walk. All our porridge had been eaten, even though hubby likes his stone cold and I like mine boiling hot. To be fair, our kids' porridge that was there for the taking, as they like theirs somewhere in the middle. Very, Three Bears. joints out of the way. Corners. Still got to get back to blueprints one of these times, but, you know, this takes priority for a bit. How long will it take priority? As long as it takes. The distance that you need to be from it for it to stick is a little unclear, but I think, yeah, right there. You can see there's kind of some markers on it. I wonder if... Oh. Okay, yeah, there's going to be different extension levels that I'll be able to use. Good, good. Whinge and you shall receive. I do like that they are continuing the tradition of everybody having been told a different name for the power washing service. Which makes you wonder how much of this almost like mythical aspect to the power washer guy is that. The fact that there was the wanted poster for the mysterious cleaning person, you know? Like you're some sort of sudsy cryptid. They know you exist. There's a place that you apparently call home. But, you know, are they ever around when people are watching? Like a craftsman gnome with a high-pressure tank on its back. PowerWash parkour still has its limits. Some more of it from the ground here. Tell you something else that's weird about camping. Out here, everything has legs, even the logs. Are we implying that this region is in Australia? Nice and soothing. If anything, making me a bit drowsy. Which part of the chimney is still grubby? This entire part. All of this right here. There we go. We'll get the longer handle on that surface scrubber, assuming we can. That'll be a big difference. So when it's stuck to the surface, it has a whole lot of scrubbing power. When it's off the surface, it loses most of that. Some stuff here. Definitely zoning out a little bit. Sort of locked in, you know? They brought plenty of electric lanterns, that's for sure. Imagine how corroded that thing has to be in all ways, given how mucky it is. I feel like this thing is filthy enough that even if it's made mostly out of plastic, it is still probably somehow accumulated rust. Oh, that's neat. It's reacting to the impact of the water. Exostellaris Industries. Something like outer stars, you know? Kitties. Squeak. Ulysses. I encounter Bubbles already? There's Bubbles. Critical gameplay element. Some good polish on those benches. Random part of the cooler. Layout of the surface is making it a little tricky to make the most use out of this thing. Yeah, any sort of wobble to the surface or you get too close to a wall and it throws off its utility a bit. But for big flat areas, this is a fantastic new tool. It just covers so much ground. It's a real good wide coverage pass on floors and walls, you know? Ultimately, if the little extendo handle was longer, you could get more out of it, but, you know, I'll take it. It is a welcome addition as it is. You know, like the demo videos also show some other, like, movement tools, like the ladders. It's like a cherry picker and some sort of, like, seat on a rope kind of thing. Like a grill like this out in the open, I would definitely expect to start to get kind of awful if it wasn't regularly maintained. Many grills, especially of this kind, are built for low cost and expediency versus long-term durability. Got to be a thing coming back, you know, watching the job site and seeing the guy leaping up around the building, standing on top of furniture to aim down at it, you know? More aptly, you know, creature of indeterminate gender within the machine, within the suit. Guessing the lower brickwork will be a completion area, yeah, fire pit wall. Each of the capstones their own segment, or what? Yep, they are. Good. just about done with this map. We're hitting those final, like, small rapid-fire ones here. This spruce spring clean? Your friend Harper said you'd be up for helping me. My house is nothing short of a national disgrace. I mean, the shape of it says that is true before we even see the level of dirt. Nyom. The time-lapse is still one of the really fun things of the game, seeing you zoom around like that. An adaptable nozzle. Huh. Urban X can get those too. Let's start enhancing this thing, though. And I want to see what the adjustable nozzle is. There we go. And that one. And that one. Art Deco house. Yeah, that about scans. There's the beam of light that extends from the weird statue in the desert. But this is Trilobite Lodge. Apologies for how filthy it is. Just got back from a dig in Alaska to find the house looking like this, and my other half, Karen, apparently vanished into thin air. Wouldn't be the first time. Whenever she gets a whiff of anything interesting, that's her gone for months. Okay, it's a single nozzle for various types here. Turbo nozzle. The various extensions there. Okay, this is the kind of rotary one. Oh, there's our scissor lift. Okay, yeah, that's fantastically better than the big scaffold. Alright, let's find the kitties. There's one. There's another. Where is Squeak? Bubbles are over there. Despite its looks, that bush is remarkably solid. There he is. This implies to me that petting them is not a thing. He's pretty much out of bounds. Oh yeah, with the range, with the extra long extension on it, it's much more usable. Or at least intuitively usable. Probably should have mentioned that the house is directly underneath the beam's path, and in the firing line for the famous Merman hum. Again, that is the sort of energy beam that was emitted by a giant statue in the desert, which revealed a undersea temple to a ancient civilization that worshipped somebody that looked like a person in a PowerWasher outfit wielding a trident, which is one of the types of nozzle that you could get, like a three-pronged nozzle. This was a ancient religion set up by the time-traveling aliens in order to try to ensure the presence of a power-washing individual. There is a point where one must cut their losses, you know? And I do agree, ancient statue laser beam might be a time to consider just selling the property. I mean, hell, there are probably some circles of folks that would pay extra to live under an ancient statue laser beam. Sell it to the ancient aliens crowd. There's no poison in the Kool-Aid. It's our sacramental sugar water you're talking about here. Don't make light of our beliefs. our savior did enter the room through the wall, and it was good. Oh, yeah. Buff science nerd engineers, right-wing nut chops. Let's go. You make a cult, we're absolutely making a book full of optional religious rites that are all both harmless and friendly. Yes, you will make a giant book full of principles that are suited to being a good neighbor and a good person, and within, like, a couple thousand years at the most, it's going to be used for the most heinous things. Yeah, I know that the book says in literal translation that I should help my neighbor with his flat tire, but I feel like I'm still adhering to the core principles if I beat my neighbor to death with a tire iron. It's really just a matter of how you read it. Personally, I love the beam's gentle hum, but it drove Karen into distraction. Actually, maybe that's why she's not here. All that and observant, too. Why would she have left you, sir? Those little edges is a little easier. Place out the boundaries again so that we can get it works easier with that thing if I don't have to try to jiggle it into corners. I just like how they've settled into the idea that there is a ancient civilization statue that fires a laser beam out into the ocean. That's just a thing that happens here now. Is what it is kind of thing. Oh yeah, this is much better. Nice. Doesn't quite reach. Doesn't quite reach. This does, though. White nozzle isn't quite good enough for this. We'll switch down to green. The adjustable nozzle is a neat thing, but I don't really see the utility. Welcome, Amethestra. Welcome. Welcome, Amethestra in company. Hello, Raiders. You're joining us for PowerWash Simulator 2. Love me some PowerWash Simulator. How was your stream? And what were you streaming before you joined us? this work? Well, thanks for swinging through, Amethyst. Thank you. You have a good rest of your day. Nice. Away from the window. Study Rich, fancy a shot at the movie business? Our star dog needs a good washing down before tomorrow's shoot. It's a movie poster on the pop-up restroom for that. It's a dog-eared / themed car. Real Herbie the Love Bug vibes. Anybody recall that that was a thing? The sentient Volkswagen Beetle. Like current day, that would absolutely be an advertisement. Like, there's no way somebody would make a movie that featured a prominent product like that without it being like a full advertising deal kind of thing. Feels like that is too frequently the situation there. There's an entire generation separating the audience from the thing I'm talking about. Still pained how I was describing typecasting once, and I used Robin Williams as an example, a very flexible and capable actor, but most people knew them for their comedy work, and at least for most of their career, that was all that they did. They were always cast as the funny guy that acts like Robin Williams acts in comedy. And in describing that, there was a pause, and then I was asked, who's Robin Williams? It was another one of those, oh no, kind of moments. like when you're thinking about a TV show, the fact that I call them TV shows at all, but when you're thinking about a series of some kind that you really liked, and you're like, man, I should watch that again, and you find out that it's in like the classic TV section or something. Like remembering some like pop band music that you used to like, and you have to find it in the oldies section. We have already reached a weird singularity with music, because there's a lot of things that are like, oh, this is classic rock, and the only thing that makes it classic is that it's a particular age, since it was like new. But that lumps it in with things that were in that category when that thing was new, and so on and so on, and it has become everything that is at least this old, so it is no longer a category so much as just a pile. Music that's playing right now on my stream track still reminds me a lot of the American McGee's Alice games. Those used a lot of music like this in places. You never really expect anything groundbreaking when it comes to something that has American McGee, let alone like Seth MacFarlane or something like that, attached to it as a, from the mind of kind of thing. But the Alice games were solid. It was that sort of dark take on a piece of fiction without it being kind of tawdry. I do like the large flat surface cleaner. It is nice. Hey, where's the... Uh-oh. The beam has gone. Hey, where's the beam gone? Hey, something changed. Wasn't that beam keeping the volcano in check? I recall, one of the things that whole alien plot line, as far as, them setting up an ancient cult and all of that in the area, was to prevent that volcanic eruption, which was part of a great big disaster. Scrubby, scrubby. So, amusingly enough, the rise of the misuse of AI in the workplace, for the most part, using chatbots to try to replace jobs. A lot of the big push has been essentially trying to replace workers. But what they're finding is that there are plenty of kind of middle management things, scheduling and project orchestration, like making sure everything's still going on schedule, projecting timelines, that kind of stuff, that some of these programs are decent at, since they are kind of completion matchers. They are, given this input, it looks like this is going to be next. So using them as semi-predictive models. So it's effectively looking like they might start replacing the people that were initially pushing it as a, like, hey, we can save money on workers by getting rid of them and replacing them with this chatbot. And that would just be lovely. I am greatly looking forward to the PR gymnastics that are going to result from that. Like, okay, I know that I said... Didn't Understudio have one of that? Like the evil CEO? Where he's going through his slide presentation and it shows that he's like, okay, and without further ado, AI, what should we do to save money at the company? And it's like, replace the CEO with me. Kind of flinch a little every time I see somebody talking about prompt engineer or prompt engineering as a thing. Even worse when there is a LLM related product that is touting a feature that is essentially having a separate focused program that takes a prompt that you give it and converts it into a prompt that the stronger one will use to give you a result. And you can't even be bothered to take the effort to write the question for the thing that will think for you anymore. You have to have a thing that will think for you so that a different thing can think for you. Neat. Then along with that, you have a lot of the disingenuous, well, you're just being a Luddite. People make new tools all the time. It's like, yeah, but you have to use those tools. My greatest concern is that people are not using the tools. They're just saying, do this for me, and walking away as if they have accomplished something. corners and narrow areas out of the way. Art Deco house. It's not an ugly art style by any stretch. It's the same art style that is used in the original BioShock games, and to a lesser extent, Infinite. But actual, like, construction in that style, as opposed to decoration, Zodar, I feel like that is the entirety of this game, is just a really well executed satisfaction. And the strongest indication of that to me is the ding sound when you have sufficiently cleaned a thing. No, it's the, here's a cookie. And a lot of times those are signs that there is a hard-coded thing in there to prevent it from failing in a way that is down to the fundamental way that the algorithm works. It's the, there's a way that you have to tell it that there is a math problem involved. Otherwise, it might not see that this is, or it will probably not recognize that that's math and just sort of wing it. Because you can almost be certain that there is a hard-coded catch inside of some of those tools right now that say, hey, if the phrase, how do you spell or similar shows up, don't run it through the actual LLM. Instead, use this other algorithm, which isn't a terrible idea. The problem is that they often hide that that's what they've had to do. Like, it makes sense to have a system to recognize and delegate, But they don't present it that way. They present it as if it is a pure extension of the system that they're getting all this venture capital for, as opposed to a thing that we have had for years and years. Like, hey, that's not a word that's spelled correctly, let alone that's not a word at all, has been part of, like, operating systems for years. Many cats don't like water. I mean, I don't have to expose the others to water pretty much at all. Sky really dislikes water. But I have seen plenty of cats that really do like water in some ways. I've seen a lot of cats that like to play in sinks. Like, they don't like the idea of being submerged, but they like the idea of, like, being able to dunk their head kind of stuff. finish getting some of these edge markers in here. Jeff Jefferson the 13th. Oh, the prior mayor who's been in hiding. How do, Dirt Finder? It's been a while. I have a big job for you. Giant, in fact. A billboard with the greatest announcement in the history of our country. Going to be the biggest announcement. Nobody has made a bigger announcement. I make the biggest announcements. But also, hello, Floth. Hello, welcome. Nozzle good? No, white nozzle's not good enough here. Got that surface cleaner, but it is not great at anything that's near an edge, so we got to get all of those marked out. A lot of moss built up on this thing. Grubby. The carpal tunnel has been building up slowly. Trying to keep ahead of it. Much wrist and arm exercise. We're definitely going to need the lift for some of the stuff in this immediate area. There's the whole face of this, but also the shape of some of these areas is real awkward to get to directly. Yeah, just a real relaxing day. That said, I do need to get up and move around a little bit. Do some of those arm stretches and whatnot to make sure I don't, go full claw here shortly. I will be right back. And I'm back. I do apologize, folks on Twitch. The ads just never seem to want to sync up when I think they're gonna. So your ad break is imminent. Nice. I'm going to do an initial pass with this thing and see if that will clear some of the tougher grime. Be interesting if there was a mode with this thing where you could deploy soap during it. But it looks like they shifted to having it be like a kind of the aggressive kind of foaming chemical soap where it is the foam is a stronger chemical reaction, you know? I do like how it it will point you to things that you haven't finished when you're near complete. Yeah, it's got that spray it on and wait kind of vibe to it. Let it sink in. Don't let it stay in contact with your skin for more than 10 seconds. So leave that ointment on your skin for 5 minutes, or else it won't work. But don't leave it on for more than 10, or I'll have to hunt down what you become. Unrelated. I saw an announcement from YouTube that they were working on functionality, which I fully expect is going to be one of those. It only works in like ad hoc cell phone video mode initially. But they were working on a way to effectively, during a video or similar, do a viewing of other content. And what I would hope is that there was a way to properly link and attribute the videos. So let's, like, say you do React content. Instead of just having the videos playing in a YouTube browser or just as much downloaded into videos or something like that, you could actually have it where I link that video and it plays like side by side on the stream or something like that, you know? Because React content doesn't seem like it's going anywhere anytime soon, you know? It's calmed down, but it's still very active. So having a way to do proper attribution in the videos to give everybody the credit that they deserve in the process and minimize the effort required to do so would be a great way to pretty much solve the issues associated with it. Indeed, JCR, indeed. PowerWash Simulator 2. For my prior stream, I discovered that it had released because I lost track of when the release was going to be. So it's like, well, our next few streams are going to be this. Yeah, this is the sequel. At the start of this map, the big energy beam from the statue in the first one was visible, and it has suddenly gone away. There are likely to be spoilers for the storyline of the first game, but, you know, this is a stream about the second one. You have been warned post facto. They improved a lot of things. Like, it's much easier to find the spots that you missed towards the end of a level. They added some good convenience tools, like that's a scissor lift down there. Soap is worth using. Like, I could absolutely be using it more. I haven't needed too much this level, but it's actually really convenient to use now. And the soap mechanic seems to be like a charge-up meter. So you can't cleanly see it, but there's like a little orange bar next to the soap nozzle there that seems to be filling over time, and then I can spend it, either that or it's just a UI bug, to spray foam down. And we can see some of it's fading out, but it will very aggressively, like, pull away a majority of the muck under it. Whereas before, you kind of had to gauge which kind of soap, and you didn't want to use the soap because it cost money. Now it's just, you can use soap. You've got the flat surface washer now. I've only ever seen the bigger industrial versions of these that are like They look like floor waxers, but they have really aggressive rotating sets of PowerWasher nozzles under them. But these are great for, like, smooth walls and floors. Anything without a lot of sharp corners to it. Covers a lot of ground while still getting a lot of pressure. But you got to get the right distance or it kind of wobbles and you lose all of its benefit. Like right there when it tips over, you can see how it's operating too. Interface for changing nozzles and lengths and different devices is presented to you in the lower right, and there's shortcuts for everything. Which sprayer, which nozzle, which length. Little quality of life stuff. I find the scissor lift to be one of the nicest concepts because the dealing with the big scaffold or any sort of like large structure with multiple levels was always a hassle. Like you could do it, but getting the right angle and whatnot was just tedious a lot of the time. A lot of time that you had to use it. I mean, you didn't have to use that thing much at all if you did it right, but there were some levels where you just had to. PowerWash parkour is still a thing. think the adjustable nozzle that you get access to can be useful, given that you have real fine control over how wide it is. But I think it's really just it's an alternative to the standard colored nozzles. You have finer control, but ultimately you don't need fine control. And there is advantage to having, like, benchmarks. Like, this is a white nozzle job, this is a green nozzle job, kind of thing. Those distinct power levels. Beverage. And it is. It's such a calm game. It's such a chill game. Simultaneously, I can absolutely see this being like a speedrunning game. That ding. Okay, peeps, data suggests that all is well on Mount Rushless. No seismic activity whatsoever. Thanks, son. Good to know. Don't be late tonight. Aunt Doris is round. We've got meatloaf. The my parent is bad at interneting stereotype. I want to get the right angle to make sure it keeps surface contact as much as possible per, like, brush stroke, you know? great deal of this is just going to be basic pressure washer territory. Tight quarters for the surface cleaner. Every now and then when you sweep the water across some of the dirt, you get like a spray of muck. Like little chunks or a splash of black. Nasty goo. Yeah, if I do miss a chat message or something because I'm staring intently at the stream of water, please be patient. I will probably notice. This is more so than the programming streams for getting locked in. And that can be the hallmark of an excellent game in general, is how easy is it to just kind of lose yourself in it. Term that's kind of loosely used in this case, but there's a way of playing games called abnegation. It's a broader term, but in terms of games, it is effectively that losing yourself. Just playing to be nothing but playing the game. Not even to like, oh, because I want to distract myself. It's that I don't want to really think. Yeah. There's a real meditative vibe to the concept. Alright, let's get that scissor lift rolling. Well, let's put it here and let's clean up this mess. Frequently, you get on kind of a roll and you don't realize that you didn't complete a full circuit. sure we'll find we missed more significant elements somewhere, but you get down to just the last few things, it's easy enough to hunt them. It's a nice little doorbell. Look at that. Little mirrored half dome, you know? Like the whole entrance door is its own thing. Do a quick jog around the edge here, make sure that we haven't missed anything obvious. So, doke. Whoops. Right there, we could see that the green wasn't quite good enough for what we're trying to do. If we extend the reach, then the green is doing enough. Scrubby. Now that we've seen what a majority of the tools do, our next thing is going to be saving up for the different strengths of the Prima Vista and... well, primarily the Prima Vista. The other one doesn't strike me as being as useful. The Urban X. That one is indicated as having more focused power but less AoE. You know, we haven't really given it a good go, though. Can't say as far as area I see a difference, but the green seems to be as good as... Is it really... Seems about the same to me. Maybe in really, like, caked on stuff, you can get a little bit more out of the Urban X, but... That's what we have soap and different nozzles for at this point. Corners. Back in the days of mapping video games with like graph paper and whatnot, one of the things that I was taught to do was break things into like quadrants, so that you could get a stronger description of where you were searching and where you had searched, as opposed to just trying to treat the area as one big thing. Breaking it into parts gives you it's more knowledge and control over what you're doing. And this game very much encourages you, through a full-on game reward mechanism, to clear objects. So defining those objects, finding a way to delineate them so that you can knock those targets out, you are encouraged to do so. I don't know. Because in the prior one, you got like a stat sheet for the different things. And I didn't see that in the shop this time. For the most part, when changing nozzles, if I do a basic sweep and I see parts left behind, I use a more intense nozzle. Because I don't want to have to do multiple passes on the same area. It's already easy enough to miss like a little bit. Gotta make a neat noise if you're on the other side of the glass from this. I expect it's got to be a lot like being inside of a car in a car wash when the it's like, you know, little rollers are going over the windows. High pitch, but a higher pitch kind of rumbling. There's a whole pattern in there. The Art Deco house, but this is like the Trilobite house or something like that. Trilobite house feeling like the sort of place you'd encounter in a Lovecraft story. In which the protagonist is very racist and expresses a fear of supernatural yogurt. Sometimes it feels like what I need is like a giant version of those low flow, high output kind of shower heads. The big wide ones that are largely just meant to dump water down as opposed to in a stream. Those things that I've heard touted as being more efficient or something like that, but I wonder if that's actually the case, you know? Or is it just one of those, on paper, it seems like it should use less water? And so that claim is going to be without evidence on all of our advertisements. Right, on to the next area. There are a lot of spots in this game where there's a moment before the physics kick in and drag you back down. Like right there when I jumped off of the telescope, I was able to land on the very faint rounded portion of this edge. If you just stop there, you'll slide off. But if you jump as soon as your feet catch on that again, you can kick off on the jump and land up on top of it. I heard from Sonia. The beam's gone because someone's stolen the merman's gem. Seems like a bad idea. I suspect they had a very slow scissor lift and escaped on mopeds after they took the gem. I just love that, though. Real life museum heist, and it played out in one of the most mundane ways ever. There's an entire genre of movies that just got kicked right between the legs. It's just wonderful. Yeah, so this like crusted on stuff, every now and then when I sweep across it, like a chunk will get thrown off instead of just a splash. They have stepped up their artificial grime technology game. I like the implication that I have this bandolier of different, like, armatures, nozzles, and pressure guns. When the pressure washer guy finally snaps, there's going to be a moment when everybody thinks he's just pulling out another pressure washer, and then there will be casualties. Whoops. Let's hop up here. Can I get away with this? Almost. Tried to wrap around a little bit during the jump. Ah, okay, this whole thing is the fin. Noted. See if I could climb up the scissor lift. If I get it closer, it will be okay. Too close. Just made it. Another nice thing is how much... There's a great deal of time for content, or kind of game time per unit monies in this game. That was true of the last one as well. If you're steadily clearing this, you're getting your money's worth as far as amount of time spent entertained, you know? Were some of the original DLCs better than others? Yes. Some of them you got more value. But you could still easily spend, you know, an hour or two and have paid for the price, gotten what you paid for. Amount of enjoyment for money is a metric that more people need to look at for any sort of entertainment purchase. Games in particular get unfairly hit on that regularly because you have a lot of microtransaction advertisement gotcha games that present themselves as very cheap up front. And so when somebody's, you know, complaining about a game price, they point to that kind of cost, like, this should be a free game. Well, that game's not free. That's a gotcha game. Somebody is paying through the teeth in order for you to have that free one. That doesn't mean that that kind of game can't have lots of valuable content. But they're not actually free. Let's... Deploy the soap. Grubby scrub. Oh man, some of that stuff was on there. Soap came off and there was still some of it under it. Simulation games, though, do sometimes lead to some hilarious terminology. Where you'll be talking about something in terms of the in-game mechanics, as it in the same way that you would talk about much more overt video game mechanics. Yeah, the next level has a lot of real caked-on grime, so I'm going to make sure to farm up some higher grade soap so I can get through it more easily, so I can get to the next level promptly, because that's when it really gets good. Reminded of like Final Fantasy XIV cooking, The team's heading into a really tough battle, so I need to spend some time getting the eggs from the outer reaches, because I want to make us some good some good breakfast, what would it be? Breakfast burritos, so that we can have the edge over the God of Darkness. This is also a game where just one more, I'm just going to finish this level, or just one more level, is worse than reading a book before bed, you know? Just one more chapter turns into, well, I might as well just finish the book now very easily. Just one more level on this is like hours. On the game project we're currently working on is the spawning mechanism, and what that largely means right now is we're to the point where once that's finished, once the spawning mechanism is finished again, we're gonna leave weapons as they are for the time being, just to get more function rolling. But we're at a point where the next thing for proof of concept will be making a level. Like, create the map, position the spawner triggers, position the spawners, move left to right, see how it feels as we move along that. Is that really what I envisioned? And then we get some refinement and maybe revisit things like how the weapons are actually structured. We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm paying attention so I don't throw myself off the roof as I'm trying to sidestep. Difficult to get up here, but it's a hassle if I keep leaping off. What a thunk. Falling off of a roof can make your work slow down quite a bit. Goal at the moment is to wrap up this level. There's 95%, that's big enough level. 95% is a non-trivial amount of stuff to get done. But we'll have the basics here, and then it will be finding what we missed, which there will inevitably be many tiny things. Get a little narrative beat, and then we'll close out for the day. wonder if the ex-mayor's big announcement is, haha, got your gem. Almost there. We are definitely going to have our price of admission well spent on this game, I think. Playing with this, I wonder how many forum posts talk about how this trivializes some parts of the game. So easy, you just use the surface cleaner. You used to have to sweep it like with different types of nozzle, but now you just use this one and it cleans the whole floor super easy. Then don't use it. Like to compete with other people, then ban it in the competition. Central feature: wall, first floor window frame. Time lapse, go. Nice. Excellent job, Sprucey. I can see why Harper recommended you. Spotless house. Hum reduced to 0. All I need is to find out what Karen's up to. Though I wonder if it's that Karen finally snapped about the hum that passed right over the house and went to get rid of it. So in the shop, there's the furniture catalog, and essentially you buy grubby furniture and then can place it around your base. Different outfits. Masks cover all colors. Boots and gloves. So we won't have any of the extras with the upgrade, the Prima Vista 2 here. we're going to hold off on the upgrade there. We're going to spend on the surface cleaner heads. Yeah, we got jobs all over the place now. All right, though. I'm as pleased with this as I am with the original. It is good times. It is very relaxing to play. So like I mentioned, we're probably going to be playing a little bit more of this in the near future. Get as much ground as we can covered. We'll see how long that lasts for us. I think it's a good opportunity to, like, a quick breather as far as the coding streams. Doesn't mean that we're not poking it or thinking about it in the background. But it's going to be a bit more PowerWash in the near future. Oh, but folks, if you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment, all of that kind of stuff. It does help the channel grow. If you'd like to consider supporting the channel more directly, you can do so through platform-specific means like memberships, subscriptions, and the like. You can also do so through off-platform means such as Patreon and Coffee. Links to all of my channels and similar are in the link tree, in the description of my videos, and in my Twitch profile. And with that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.